Senate will come to order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenboo, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa of Nueces, Hinojosa of Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini.
A quorum is present. Please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Pastor Robin Steele, the Promised Land Church in San Marcos, Texas.
Heavenly Father, we pause in Austin, Texas today, not simply as leaders or lawmakers, but as your children, fully dependent on your mercy, wisdom, and strength. Today, Lord, we approach you both with gratitude and humility. We thank you for the breath in our lungs, the families we represent, the freedom to assemble, and the calling to serve. In a time when our culture is divided and the weight of leadership feels heavier than ever, we lift our eyes to you, the author of wisdom, the defender of justice, and the provider of peace. Guide every conversation, every vote, every decision with your truth and grace. Where there's complexity, grant clarity. Where there's division, bring unity. Where there is pressure, bring peace. Lord, protect these senators and their families. Provide for them not just resources, but also rest, resilience, and renewal. In a legislative session filled with consequential decisions, whether on education, economics, healthcare, human dignity, we ask for discernment that is not swayed by popularity, fear, or party line, but instead rooted in what is right and good in your eyes. Let Texas be a place where truth is spoken in love, where integrity leads, and where the vulnerable are remembered. I ask all of these things in the mighty and merciful name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Steele. Please be seated. The Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I am directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures, HCR 9.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Middleton to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. My honor to introduce our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Namita Bhardwaj, as the Doctor of the Day for our chamber in the Senate. Proud to welcome you today. Dr. Bhardwaj was awarded her Doctor of Medicine degree from Ross University in Barbados, Masters of Public Health, and Masters of Science in Biomedical Informatics from the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston, and Bachelor of Science with a major in Human Biology and Bachelor of Arts in Pathogenesis and Immunity with a major in Biology from the University of Texas at Austin. Orange blood. Dr. Bhardwaj is a board-certified family medicine and sports medicine doctor. Her research on concussion protocol, participation sports examination, sports medicine, informatics-based solutions, and opioids have all appeared in nationally revered scientific and medical journals. Dr. Bhardwaj is also a member of several different committees and boards dedicated to the advancement of family medicine and sports medicine, like the Research Committee for American Medical Society for Sports Medicine. Members, please join me in welcoming and thanking Dr. Namita Bhardwaj for all her hard work in taking care of Texans and our families, keeping everyone safe and well. Thank you, Dr. Bhardwaj.
Members, could you take your seats, please? We have a memorial resolution. The chair lays out the following resolution. The secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 554 by Middleton. Whereas the family and friends of Christopher Chris Jake Stone of Santa Fe, Texas, suffered an incalculable loss with his death on May 18, 2018, at the age of 17. And whereas Chris Stone demonstrated extraordinary bravery during the mass shooting at Santa Fe High School, where 8 students and 2 teachers lost their lives. Chris used his body to barricade a door in his classroom, preventing the gunman from entering and protecting the classmates who were sheltering alongside him. He passed away at the scene after being shot by the gunman. In tribute to his valiant actions, he was posthumously recognized with the Congressional Medal of Honor Society Young Hero Award, one of the nation's highest commendations for youth. And whereas born in Webster on October 19, 2000, Chris Stone was the beloved son of Christopher and Rosie Stone and the brother of 2 sisters, Angelica and Mercedes. A junior at Santa Fe High School, Chris was a member of the junior varsity football and ultimate frisbee teams. He was known as a kind, affectionate, and fun-loving young man who brightened the world for everyone around him. And whereas in the words of John 15:13, there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends, Chris Stone will forever be remembered for the remarkable selflessness and courage that he demonstrated in the final moments of his life, as well as for the joy, laughter, and companionship that he shared with his loved ones. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the life of Christopher Jake Stone and honor the heroism of this remarkable young Texan. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for his family, and that when the Texas Senate adjourns this day, it do so in memory of Chris Stone.
Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rosie, we love you. We're wrapping our arms around you here today, and I know 2 days ago you had to relive that and go through that day 7 years ago all over again. As you wake up in the middle of the night, as you think about it, we've had many conversations about that. It's something that no parent should ever have to live through, ever. That day on 5/18/2018, I can't believe it's been 7 years, where 10 were murdered in cold blood and 13 injured. But today we want to honor Chris's memory, his incredible memory. He was a young man that laid down his life for his classmates. He was a true hero, the kind of hero that we need to make sure we remember for all of our history in this great state, because it is something that few could do. Few would be willing to do. He had it in him. He had that in his character of being an incredible, incredible young man, and only 17 years old to do that. And you as his mother, his 2 sisters, Angelica and Mercedes, he loved playing football, frisbee, like any other 17-year-old. He was kind, he was affectionate, and everyone that was graced with his presence knew that immediately when you met him. He was known by the whole community in Santa Fe as a loving soul, and he brightened the world around him. But on that day, on May 18th, when that shooting happened, and I'll never forget, I wasn't elected yet, but Senator King called me and said, something's happened near to you. And I didn't know what it was at the time, and how truly awful it was, and how evil that act of murder was, where 8 students and 2 teachers lost their life. But Chris realized at only 17 that he was going to do something about it in that classroom, and he used his body to barricade that door and save lives, save his classmates' lives. He's a Texas hero. He's an American hero for all of us. And he prevented that gunman from entering that room, protecting them, allowing them to shelter. And Chris lost his life in saving others' lives. And today we want to make sure we recognize him. And a testament to that is that he received the Congressional Medal for this act, this incredible act, which is so rarely given and so richly deserved. And so young, too. And as we said with John 15:13, there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends. And that's exactly what he did. He exemplified those Christ-like virtues that we should all strive for every single day. He's remembered for that joy, that love, that selflessness with that short time on earth where he had the courage to sacrifice for so many others. And Rosie, we're never going to forget. We will never forget that sacrifice and that day. We're here with you today. And Mrs. Stone, the members of this body, we're truly humbled by the actions that Chris took that day to save so many. And thank you. Thank you for raising such an incredible young man that he was. Incredible. And we offer our condolences here today, 2 days after that 7th anniversary, for you, for your loved ones, for all that know him. The community, I know, still grieves to this day. Every day we think about it, every single day in Santa Fe. And when we adjourn today, I want to do so in the memory of Chris. He's an incredible young man, and what a testament to what we all hope to see in each of our children, and that heroism that he exemplified to save so many lives that day. So God bless you, Rosie.
Thank you, Senator. Rosie came to me, and it's not the way you want to find a new friend in life, but we have now been kind of linked for 7 years. And she brought bill language to actually file a bill about school shootings. It was just too late in the session to bring it up, but we are going to work on that bill during the interim and bring it forth next year. And so we're honoring your son. And members, as a lieutenant governor, you may not know this, but the one thing I never expected about the job was I've been to probably 50, 60 funerals. People killed in the line of duty, many officers. We've had school shootings, we have other shootings, and you can't go to every one, but you go to as many as you can. And I'll never forget that service. I walked in to the service in Santa Fe, and there was a Dallas Cowboy casket on the stage because Chris was a diehard Dallas Cowboy fan. And that casket was there, and everyone was in a football jersey, the Santa Fe football team. And what was really special, one of the Cowboys had made a video, and ever since that time, Jerry Jones has been terrific with the family, inviting them to a game every year, and he brought them out to a practice. But Chris died in the arms of one of his teammates because it was an art class, and in the middle there was a room where they had all the equipment and supplies, and they had gone into that room, and the gunman was pushing the barrel of the gun into the rifle into that room, and her son stood in front and took the shot and saved his own teammate. And at the certain moment, I saw all these jerseys, and his father had played football at Santa Fe, and I think was an offensive lineman. And so his father was an offensive lineman, and the quarterback he protected when he was in school was the pastor that day. And so there was a moment when everyone, and that class would have been like 20 years ago, every player who played with Chris's father showed up in their Santa Fe football jerseys and stood, and every current player on Chris's team stood, all united then and today. It was just so emotional, and he's such an outstanding young man. And we know that in all of these school shootings we have heroes. And this is just one hero that we're talking about today with this great honor he's received in this resolution. And we'll work on that bill. Thank you for being, you've never let go, not just for him, but for all children in schools. Senator Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Rosie, it's been a wonderful and sad reason that we got to know each other, but we've been friends now for several years. And last session, I want to thank Senator Middleton for passing the bill to allow you to see your autopsies. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, because you were very much a part of that. And I've spoken to all of the victims' families from Santa Fe because of the shooting that we underwent, and they all talked about how much you were in contact with them because Santa Fe was obviously so close to even your home and your community in Houston. And so, Rosie, we're going to continue to keep working on things to try to make our community safer. I promise you that. And it's just been my honor to make you as a friend and have a friend like you and someone that is an advocate, not just for Chris and his memory, but for the rest of the children that day, the rest of the people that got hurt, and an advocate as you go throughout this state and this country, talking about what happened to you and your family in hopes that it doesn't happen to theirs. And so just as Chris was this incredibly brave, and I might say a very handsome young man, and he saved a few class members' lives that day, you're equally as brave for continuing to do what you do. And so for that, I just thank you so much, and we love you. We love you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Members, would everyone rise in honor of Chris Stone? The resolution is passed. Thank you. Thank you. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
Senate Bill 434, Senate Bill 746, Senate Bill 901, Senate Bill 1079, Senate Bill 1177, Senate Bill 1214, Senate Bill 1351, Senate Bill 1895, Senate Bill 1931, Senate Bill 2141, Senate Bill 3037, Senate Bill 3044, SCR 1, SCR 6, SCR 22, and SCR 37.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 533 by Miles et al., recognizing the members of the Texas Legislative Internship Program class of the 89th Legislature.
You recognize Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it's that time of the session again. Today we are joined by the interns from the Texas Legislative Internship Program who work at our Capitol. This program is an educational internship program that was started by former State Representative Rodney Ellis in 1990 and is administered by the Texas Southern University. This program provides opportunities for undergraduate and graduate students attending Texas colleges and universities, a unique opportunity to serve as interns in the Texas legislature. While working in the legislature, these students receive academic credits, combining academic studies and research with supervised practical training. They gain firsthand knowledge of legislative process and work experience, as well as insight into the issues facing our communities and our state. This year's class includes 46 interns, with 9 of the 46 serving in this Senate. Members, I have been hosting TLIP interns during my entire tenure in the Texas legislature since 2007. In fact, I have 2 former TLIPers in my office. My chief of staff, Ms. Camille Foster, who is over here to my left, is a former TLIPer and now my chief of staff, as well as my legislative aide, D'Angelo Coulter, whom I will be recognizing a little bit later. Now, I will bring recognition to my interns, and I will allow my fellow members of the Texas Senate to recognize their interns. My first intern, Joshua Thomas, would you please stand? Joshua is a graduate of Texas State University with an MBA, with a BA in political science, and 2 weeks ago, he just graduated from Thurgood Marshall School of Law at Texas Southern University. Prior to joining my office, Joshua worked at Accenture, where he supervised teams in providing enrollment claims for Texas Medicaid healthcare and partnership. He also gained legal experience through a judicial internship with the American Bar Association at the Dallas County Court No. 1. With Josh's experience in Medicaid, it was only fitting that he served me as a staffer in Health and Human Services Committee and oversaw all judicial committees. Joshua has been front and center on every bill that comes through HHH, Senator Colcourse. He also was responsible for leading the charge on my legislative package to rein in rogue group homes to protect our vulnerable seniors in assisted living facilities. After session, Joshua plans to prepare for the bar exam and continue his work in health policy to better the lives of Texans. Now I would like to introduce my second TLIPer. Thank you, Joshua. I would like to introduce my second TLIPer, Sean Gilmore. Please stand. He is standing. Remember, Sean is a native Houstonian, a graduate, a bachelor's degree in finance from the American University in Washington, D.C. Prior to joining my office, Sean was a financial model analyst where he built, reported, tracked, and multi-million-dollar budgets and worked directly with legal teams to drive strategic decisions. In my office, Sean oversaw the Business and Commerce Committee and my lead staffer on my Transportation Committee, and I did a very, very good job. Sean, thank you. Sean was responsible for passage of 2 of my local bills, my Southwest Crossing bill, and would ensure the residents receive proper notification of natural gas facilities, enabling them to voice their opinion, and my bandit sign bill, which we finally passed on yesterday. After 3 sessions, Sean, you got it passed, which increased the penalties for signs of illegal placement on streets, utility poles, and in neighborhoods. After this legislative session, Sean plans to go to law school to become an outstanding attorney in contract law. And as an offset, he has big shoes to fill, Senator. He is the son of our federal judge, Vanessa Gilmore. Thank you, Sean, very much. Both Joshua and Sean came into my office prepared and ready to go to do work each and every day. I have been impressed by your ability to take the multiple tasks, adapt when change occurs, and help pass my constituents for Senate District 13 all their bills in Texas. I want to thank you for your service. I wish you both very, very well. And now I'd like to set and yield the floor to allow my fellow senators to recognize their T-lippers, if it's all possible. And I move, first we have Senator Molly Cook.
To recognize Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Senator Miles, for bringing this forward. So exciting to get to celebrate. Members, I am thrilled to introduce and celebrate our TLIP intern, Aylin Murillo Valle. If you can stand, she's already standing. Hello. Aylin received her bachelor's degree in political science from Xavier University in Louisiana and is currently pursuing her law degree at Thurgood Marshall School of Law. She completed a summer internship at the Harris County Attorney's Office this summer in the General Counsel Division, and last session she was the legislative coordinator for the Texas Legislative Black Caucus. This session she has covered border security and state affairs committees for our office. Aylin has been an invaluable member of our team this session, putting together talking points and data on some of the most difficult and important things that we've covered. She's also a dedicated dog parent to Churro and Blue. Thank you, Aylin, for all of your hard work. I'm very excited to see where your career takes you next. Woo.
Lieutenant Governor.
If I can add one more. So sorry, Senator. I just also wanted to be sure and acknowledge and thank Jaisha McGee. If you can also stand, our local government committee staffer who has served this session as the TLIP coordinator. Jaisha is a Juris Doctor graduate from Texas Southern University, Thurgood Marshall School of Law, and holds a BA in political science from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. And as a committed advocate, Jaisha interned with the Earl Carl Institute for Legal and Social Policy, focusing on initiatives supporting Black teenage girls. With experience as a legal intern for Disability Rights New York and a policy analyst for Texas Representative Armando Wally, Jaisha brings a sharp legal mind and a commitment to public service. Throughout law school, Jaisha led as president of the Mindfulness in Law Society and served as SBA Director of Student Development and Well-Being. Thank you so much for all of your hard work this session, both in our office and leading this important program.
Lieutenant Governor, if we could recognize Senator Sarah Eckhart at this time.
I don't have her on the screen, but I'm happy to put you on the screen. Senator Eckhart.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you so much, Senator Miles, for giving me the opportunity to brag on the TLIP program, which we've all benefited so much, but also to brag on my specific TLIP intern, Anuj Mishurla. Anuj, can you stand up? All right, everyone, take a good hard look at Anuj. He is, like all of our TLIP interns, the face of leadership in Texas in the future. Truly, Anuj, when he came into my office, we did not bring Anuj up to speed. Anuj brought Team Eckhart up to speed. Anuj is a graduate of the University of Texas with a bachelor's in business administration. And, you know, oftentimes we think of somebody with a bachelor's in business administration needing to go on and get an MBA before they have any kind of resume of note, but check this out. His professional experience includes AlphaSight's senior associate tracking credit market volatility to support over 50 capital market clients. Working with, alongside, information coming out of Bloomberg and Moody's. He worked on issues of healthcare, life science, supply chain logistics, accounting services, specialty chemicals, and cloud monitoring as a senior associate. He also worked at Bonterra as a customer and prospects database analyst, looking at data-driven changes in sales processes and product management teams. We could certainly use that kind of data-driven analysis here in the state of Texas. He was also in student government at the University of Texas, where he was the deputy administrative director. And I know that this is going to catch a lot of people's eyes. He cycled over 4,700 miles from Austin to Anchorage, Alaska in the summer of 2022. Did he do it just for fun? Well, heck yeah, but he also did it with a mission to spread hope, knowledge, and charity in the fight against cancer, fundraising $10,929 while participating in community engagement, and led outreach programs in over 40 communities along continental North America discussing cancer prevention. This guy has game. These are the people that we need leading the state of Texas in the future. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to work with you, Anuj, and I look forward to getting to know all of our TLIP interns.
Senator Hinojosa from Nueces. Nope. Wrong Hinojosa. Senator Hinojosa from Nueces is not here, but we'll come back to him. Senator Menendez. Oh, no, we do have you from Nueces. You're right. Okay. We'll come back to you. Senator Menendez, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to join Senator Miles, Senator Eckhart, and many of our colleagues in thanking Senator Miles for bringing the resolution recognizing the members of the Texas Legislative Internship Program, known as TLIP, started by our former colleague, Senator Ellis. I want to thank, and I want to ask Meredith Sanchez to stand. Meredith has done a phenomenal job in our office. She's at UT, and I will tell you that Meredith has been so helpful analyzing bills and communities in our committees like Board of Security, Local Government, Administration. I want to so thankful that not only has she learned the process, but she has been thriving along with her cohort and all of the interns in our office. Meredith, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your dedication to our team. The constituents of Senate District 26 are better because of your work in our office, and we appreciate you very much. I want to thank Senator Miles for the work that he's done, and I look forward to the TLIP program increasing in strength and its efforts, but most importantly, not just the work that you provide for us, but the fact that you are that bridge to the young people back home so they can understand that government actually can work and that there is a place for your voice because y'all are making us better. You are actually having an influence on government. Congratulations, Meredith, to you personally and to the whole cohort. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hinojosa from Nueces. I know you share part of that with the other senator. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Miles for bringing this resolution to the the Texas Legislative Internship Program. TLIP has repeatedly proven to be a powerful pipeline for developing our state's next generation of public servants. It gives young people the chance to step into the heart of the legislative process, not just to observe, but to contribute in meaningful ways. The program equips those great students with the tools, relationships, and real-world experience they need to grow into thoughtful, capable leaders. And for those of us who get to work with these interns, it's a benefit to our offices and a reminder of the value of investing in young talent. So I wanted to recognize Alexis Williams, if you'd please stand. During this session, I've had the privilege of welcoming her to our team through TLIP, and she's worked in a number of different areas in our office, particularly covering education jurisprudence committees, among so many other things. She has brought professionalism, initiative, and genuine commitment to our work from day one, whether it is helping with legislative research, supporting communications, or engaging constituents. Alexis has proven to be dependable and sharp. She's a brilliant young lady who has made a real impact, and I do not doubt that this experience has set her on a strong path forward. Interns like Alexis are exactly why TLIP matters. It connects bright minds to opportunity and strengthens the work we do in service to Texas. So thank you so much, Alexis, for the work, not only in my office this session, but for the great state of Texas, and congratulations on a wonderful session. You've given us just some great insight and help and assistance in our office, and we can't thank you enough. So thank you for being here, and congratulations.
Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to join Senator Miles and my fellow members in recognizing the Texas Legislative Internship Program and its participants. I remember fondly when my friend, former Senator and now Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis, founded TLIP in 1990 And now, Senator Miles, thank you for raising the banner and for continuing his leadership and his outstanding performance in nurturing these students academically, legislatively, and professionally. Senator Ellis believed deeply in opening doors for students from communities historically underrepresented in public service. Since then, the program has prepared countless young Texans to serve as public officials, advocates, and community leaders, all grounded in the lessons they learned as our interns at our state capitol. This session, last interim, it was my pleasure to host Anthony Hernandez Escobar in my office. Anthony, would you please stand? An intern from my hometown, Laredo, who has brought thoughtfulness, professionalism, and heart to every task. Anthony is pursuing his master's degree in global policy studies at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at UT Austin. He earned his undergraduate degree in international studies in Spanish, magna cum laude, from Texas A&M University, and has held leadership roles at both institutions. Anthony also has served abroad, interned in the United States House of Representatives, and supported his peers as a mentor. He has become a valued member of our team and reflects the very best of what TLIP makes possible. Thank you to Commissioner Ellis, thank you Senator Miles, and to TLIP, and to Texas Southern University for investing in our next generation of Texas leaders, and thank you, Anthony, for always reflecting public service at its best. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Thank you. We have a clash of yellow behind you, Senator Hinojosa. What is it? Are they your staff? Do you insist they wear yellow ties? Ah. Yeah, the Yellow Rose of Texas. Doug, we need to get a picture of all that yellow back there. Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. I stand to join my colleagues in recognizing the young leaders who are serving as Texas Legislative Internship Program scholars this legislative session. You know, I know that Congressman Mickey Leland, Senator Zaffirini, is peering over the balcony of heaven, very proud of the legacy of leadership and opportunities that the program created in his honor by his former intern, staff person, Senator and current Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis, and continued by the TLIP champion and sponsor, our colleague, Senator Boris Miles, is affording these young people. It's been my distinct pleasure for me to have a TLIPper, Carlos, stand up. Members, as a member of Team West this session, Carlos has indeed been an intern par excellence. He's a remarkable individual, embodying the spirit of dedication and service. Members, with over 24 years of distinguished service in the United States Navy, culminating in his retirement as a major. At this time in the military, he embraced the pursuit of justice by studying law at Texas Southern University, Thurgood Marshall School of Law. Through TLIP, he's not only honed his skills in working the Texas legislature, but also passed the Texas bar and is now an attorney that I had the opportunity on this Senate floor to swear in last week. He's provided an invaluable service to my office, literally picking up and moving forward my property rights and constitutional research initiatives. He supported jurisprudence, veteran affairs, finance, economic development. Thanks for coming through in the pinch, Carlos. I really do appreciate that. The young man has amassed an impressive academic portfolio also that we should marvel at and want all interns like him to not only pursue, but also admire and make certain that they emulate to the extent that they feel that they should do that. We've benefited greatly from his LexisNexis certification, indeed in his legal research skills, and he's done pretty good, I must admit. Carlos decided to intern at the Texas Senate because he believed it would provide him, Senator Hancock, with invaluable experience and knowledge that would help him in his future career as a lawyer. I admire that about him. You know, many of us get interns, we have to look at them and say, we don't even know their names in many instances. We leave it to our staffs to kind of supervise them. He stated that overall, interning in the Texas Senate would not only enhance his legal skills and knowledge, but it would also provide him with a valuable opportunity to make a difference in his community by contributing to the legislative process. He will make a difference, and you'll see him as his steps were indeed ordered. As the day members that he passed the bar, I hired him as my general counsel. So thank you, Carlos, and welcome to the Texas State Senate.
Senator Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to introduce to you all Juliana Soria. Yuli, if you'd stand up, please, and let us recognize you. We want to thank you for everything that you have done. I feel bad that I don't know the entire story of your life, but I do know a lot. I know that when you worked for the city of Phoenix, you worked in Parks and Rec. You managed a bunch of lifeguards. You taught kids how to swim. You were part of the bilingual travel support there in Phoenix as well. You worked for the Federal Public Defender's Office. And I got to tell you, you and the kids that are working for us this year have been wonderful. And so many members on this floor come to my desk and they ask me about our bill folders that we're going to debate them on or whatever, and they see these pictures, and you've been part of putting these pictures today. You've got this guy with the Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani. I don't know which one of you did that. Sometimes I get a little bill, it's got somebody's cat on it, and it's meaningful in some way, and I think that these are y'all's way to remind that you're not very sharp, a state senator, to stay on point. But we talked about the monuments bill that thank goodness we were able to kill thanks to the efforts of my colleague, Senators Miles and West. We had the statue here, so that was the picture of the statue. Yesterday we heard from the police, and so you guys put the police, not the actual police, but the band and Sting. And so I love that you guys are so creative and all of that. I wish you the best in your future. I know that you want to be a city manager and you want to be able to add value like you have all your life in everything that you've done. I want to just close with this because for me this means so much that you're at LBJ and you're at the LBJ School of Public Policy. And when I'm having a bad day, I look at that painting over there against that wall. And I think about what LBJ did. And I think about the injustices that he tried to right. All of the wrongs that happened in this country at that time that he tried to correct. When you go into the library over there at the school that you're at, into the museum, you go to the left and you see a video. And there's an excerpt in that video about the dream, about the speech that he gave called The American Promise. I'm not going to read that excerpt because it usually makes me cry. But this, I think, is emblematic of what you and those colleagues around you want for this great state and this country. And so I'll read this 3 sentences. And he's talking about everything that went wrong in Selma and everything that went wrong in the South. And he says, for the cries of pain and the hymns and protests of oppressed people have summoned into convocation all the majesty of this great government. The government of the greatest nation on earth. Our mission is at once the oldest and the most basic of this country. To right wrong, to do justice, and to serve man. And so for you and all your friends, you are the new generation of leaders that'll be on this floor or across the hall or in city councils or leading cities or states or nations. Keep that last part in mind. I know that you know it. I know that you all feel it, and I appreciate you so much for being a part of this session. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Miles to close.
T-Lippers, on behalf of myself and the entire 89th legislative session and all of its members, we wish you the best in your future endeavors. We appreciate all that you've done. Go out and conquer whatever you choose to take on. And in the spirit of the late, great Mickey Leland, Senator Rodney Ellis, members, I move to adopt Senate Resolution 533, thanking the 2025 class of the Texas Legislative Internship Program for their service to the 89th Texas Legislative Session. Thank you.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. Resolution is adopted. Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the Senate.
House Bill 29, House Bill 48, House Bill 142, House Bill 198, House Bill 431, House Bill 451, House Bill 1022, House Bill 1130, House Bill 1242, House Bill 1729, House Bill 1950, House Bill 2003, House Bill 2027, House Bill 2029, House Bill 2663, House Bill 2768, House Bill 3229, House Bill 3307, House Bill 3474, House Bill 3560, House Bill 3594, House Bill 3611, House Bill 3698, House Bill 3700, House Bill 3809, House Bill 4739, HJR 1.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures. SB 9, Huffman, sponsor Smithy.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Campbell for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Senate Nominations action report from our Monday, May 19th meeting has been placed on your desk. In accordance with the Senate rules, these reports will be eligible for consideration tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator. Members, if there is no objection, I would like to postpone the reading and referral bills and resolutions till the end of today's calendar. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Alvarado, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1639.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the intent calendar rule and the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 1639. Mr. President, members, firefighters are at an increased risk of developing occupational cancers as a result of their harsh working conditions. While existing studies have examined cancer rates within the firefighter profession, the majority of that research focuses exclusively on male firefighters. House Bill 1639 aims to initiate a study on the rates of cancers among female firefighters in Texas. This bill marks a crucial step in our state's detection to serving all first responders.
Senator Alvarado moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1639. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1639. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1639 relating to a study on the increased incidence of cancer in female firefighters in this state.
Senator Alvarado, you recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Alvarado moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Alvarado, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Alvarado moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Gamble.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 1639. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1639 relating to a study on the increased incidence of cancer in female firefighters.
Senator Alvarado, you recognize for a motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Alvarado moves final passage of House Bill 1639. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes and 2 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, members, and Senator Blanco.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 102.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider House Bill 102 at this time. University students enrolled in military programs often face challenges when registering for classes during the standard enrollment period. When making their schedule, students must carefully coordinate their academic schedule with the military commitments to the university while also ensuring timely progress toward degree completion. To better support these students, HB 102 would grant early registration privileges to those participating in military-related programs who are eligible and in good standing with the university. With that, I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 102. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 102. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 102 relating to early registration for students in military-related programs at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage of House Bill 102 to third reading.
Senator Hancock moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 102. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 102 relating to early registration for students in military-related programs at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Hancock moves final passage House Bill 102. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4325.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. House Bill 4325 by Representative Moody is for increasing a civil penalty for prohibited barratry. To keep our barratry penalties up to date with inflation and make sure that it deters this kind of predatory activity effectively rather than allowing it to become simply a cost of doing business. Barratry is the legal solicitation of clients for legal representation and often involves inciting lawsuits for potential financial gain. When clients are illegally solicited and do not enter formal contracts, they can be misled into paying outstanding legal fees. In 2011, the legislature passed Senate Bill 1716, which introduced a civil penalty of $10,000 for those who commit barratry action. Since this legislation, the civil penalties around barratry have remained unchanged and unadjusted, leading some practitioners to argue the amount does not deter barratry or alleviate victims' hardship adequately, especially those who are solicited and do not enter into a formal contract. What House Bill 4325 does It would address this concern by increasing the civil penalty for bigotry from $10,000 to $50,000 when recovered by a person who was solicited but did not enter into a formal contract as a result of that conduct. With that, Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4325. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4325. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4325 relating to civil liability for prohibited bigotry.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hinojosa, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco,
31
Campbell.
ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 4325. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4325 relating to civil liability for prohibited bigotry.
Senator Hinojosa, you recognize for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 4325.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage House Bill 4325. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5342.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time House Bill 5342. Members, in 2022, the U.S. transitioned the 10-digit National Suicide Prevention Lifeline to 988, an easy-to-remember number that people experiencing a mental health crisis can call or text 24/7 year-round. When someone calls 988, they're connected with a crisis counselor who will listen to what's going on and can connect them with the necessary resources such as referrals to a community-based healthcare resource or a local mental health authority. While all states have 988, not all states have provided the necessary supports and funding for it to reach its full potential and operate as intended, including our own. Because our call centers do not receive any state funding as of now, they're solely reliant on federal dollars administered through the Health and Human Services, which perpetuates staffing challenges and makes it hard for Texas to meet national standards for this lifeline. What House Bill 5342 would do is create a 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline Trust Fund, which will store money given to our state via donations, gifts, grants, as well as interest and dividends, directs Health and Human Services to prepare an annual report on the usage of these call centers in Texas and the services they provide, and it would also direct Health and Human Services in collaboration with the Commission on State Emergency Communications to conduct a study on the implementation of funding mechanisms that our state could use to operate the 988 Lifeline. Through this study, we can evaluate how establishing a telecom service fee or other funding mechanism will help sustain the 988 Lifeline and ensure that everyone has access to the Lifeline in times of crisis in their very own community. I want to thank Representative Landgraf for filing the House companion of this bill, and I move suspension of the regular order of business, Mr. President.
Senator Menendez moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 5342. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5342. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5342, relating to the provision of behavioral health crisis services, including support for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading, Mr. President.
Senator Menendez moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Menendez moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage, House Bill 5342. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5342, relating to the provision of behavioral health crisis services, including measures to fund and support the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, on behalf of anyone out there that finds himself in such a dark place that they're contemplating suicide, it is my very hope that with the passage of this, that we can have someone answer that phone or that text in a timely fashion. And so I move final passage of House Bill 5342.
Senator Menendez moves final passage House Bill 5342. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3370.
I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3370. Members, under current law, when a landowner passes away, the inheritor is required to submit a new application for open space or timberland appraisal. Many inheritors are unaware of this requirement and risk losing their appraisal benefits. While the legislature recently revised the process for agricultural land inheritance to make it easier for inheritors to maintain appraisal, those changes did not extend to timberland. 3370 aims to close that gap by allowing a surviving spouse, child, estate executor, or fiduciary to file a late application for timberland appraisals without facing penalties. Without a move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3370. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3370. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3370, relating to late applications for the appraisal of land for ad valorem tax purposes as qualified timberland following the death of the owner of the land.
Senator Nichols, you recognize for a motion.
I move passage of third reading.
Senator Nichols moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Nichols, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage, House Bill 3370. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3370 relating to late applications for the appraisal of land for ad valorem tax purposes as qualified timberland following the death of the owner of the land.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of HB 3370.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of House Bill 3370. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3376.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 3376 by Representative Giovanni Capriglione. It relates to training on dementia and Alzheimer's disease for certain guardians. Members, generally this bill would require family guardians to complete a free 1-hour online Judicial Branch Certification Commission training on Alzheimer's and dementia course within 6 months of appointment, and limit the training requirement to guardians of persons 60 or older, or those partially or fully incapacitated due to dementia or related cognitive illnesses. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3376. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
27
Cook.
ayes, 4 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3376. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3376 relating to training on Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and related disorders for certain guardians.
Senator Zaffarini, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Bill is passed the third reading. Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage, House Bill 3376. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3376 relating to training on Alzheimer's disease, dementia, and related disorders for certain guardians.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage, House Bill 3376. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hughes, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 132.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time House Bill 132. Senators, Texas law today protects sensitive information that's related to terrorism, but it doesn't specifically cover hostile actions by foreign adversaries of the U.S. House Bill 132 will update the government code to make sure the same confidentiality protections we apply to terrorism-related data also apply to threats from foreign adversaries. Whether it's information used to prevent, detect, respond to, or to investigate hostile acts, for obvious reasons, that should be protected information to protect Texans and to protect the public. And so it's about safeguarding Texas and our nation from foreign threats and from terrorism, and I move suspension.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 132. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 132. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 132, relating to the confidentiality of information used to prevent, detect, respond to, or investigate a hostile act of a foreign adversary of the United States.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hughes moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
That's my motion.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
31
Campbell.
ayes and no nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 132. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 132, relating to the confidentiality of information used to prevent, detect, respond to, or investigate a hostile act of a foreign adversary of the United States.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage House Bill 132. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1978.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm introducing this legislation to address the critical challenge Texas faces in preserving its independence from federal oversight of our state electric grid, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, or better known as ERCOT. Texas has long cherished the flexibility and local control that come with having an independent grid. This unique structure empowers our state to craft energy policies and responses that are tailored to our distinct geographic, economic, and environmental circumstances. We must explicitly prohibit any integration with other regional grids or federal authorities that would impose external regulations and policies at odds with Texas' best interest. Such actions would undermine our autonomy and diminish our ability to respond effectively to our energy needs. By safeguarding our control over ERCOT, Texas can protect its energy sovereignty and ensure that we manage our power infrastructure on our own terms, responding dynamically and effectively to the challenges we face. Together, we can secure a prosperous and independent energy future for our state. So what does this bill do? SB 1978 will prohibit interconnection of an electric facility in the ERCOT power region to a facility outside of this state unless the following conditions are proven and demonstrated. First, the proposed interconnection must not subject ERCOT power regions to additional federal control or jurisdiction. And second, the Public Utility Commission of Texas must determine that the proposed interconnect would be in the public interest of the citizens of Texas. If the PUC will consider the following 5 requirements as a part of that interest determination. 1, the technical attributes of the proposed interconnection. 2, the expected costs to the public to install, operate, and maintain. And number 3, the results of an economic impact analysis under criteria adopted by the PUC. And number 4, the results of a reliability assessment conducted by ERCOT. And number 5, any other information the PUC would consider appropriate. This bill would ensure that not only direct current power transmission, DC ties, but other kinds of facilities could raise jurisdictional considerations, especially generators, loads, and AC lines at transmission or distribution voltages are also subject to this process. This bill would also require the interconnection application to apply to the PUC for the public interest determination at least 180 days before they seek any order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, known as FERC, related to the proposed interconnection, and require CCN to obtain from PCU after the FERC order is obtained. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1978. If there is objection, Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
20
Campbell.
ayes, 11 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1978. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1978, relating to the interconnection of a facility in the ERCOT power region to certain other facilities.
Senator Hall, you're recognized for a motion.
Move to passage to engrossment for committee substitute 1978.
Senator Hall moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
20 ayes, 11 nays, and we'll poll there.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Bettencourt, you recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 511.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 511 is the bill we talked about yesterday that we had significant amendments on the floor from not only myself, but Senator Gutierrez and others to change this bill. And really what this bill focuses on is basically banning, with few exceptions, the use of taxpayer money to mail out through voter registration cards that are unsolicited, primarily through third-party contracts. So with that, I have one third amendment reading to add to Senator Gutierrez that he agreed with yesterday. And so with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business, take up and consider the committee substitute Senate Bill 511.
Senator Bettencourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 511. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
20
Campbell.
ayes, 11 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 511. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 511 relating to prohibiting an officer or employee of this state or of a political subdivision of this state from distributing certain voter registration application forms.
Following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1, third reading by Bettencourt.
Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment just ensures that requires signs only applies to political subdivisions or state agencies that offer voter registration cards. I visited with Senator Gutierrez about that. So if there's no further questions, I move adoption of floor amendment number 3.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Is there any objection? Hearing none.
Sorry.
The motion is adopted. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage on the committee substitute to Senate Bill 511.
Senator Bettencourt moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 511. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary, read the resolution.
HCR 144 by Hancock, paying tribute to the U.S. service members killed in action who are being honored as part of the 2025 Fallen Heroes Memorial Service held May 24th, 2025.
Chair recognizes Senator Hancock on the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Members, today we do rise in solemn recognition of the brave men and women of our armed forces who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service for our nation. Each year on Memorial Day, Texans and Americans across the country pause to remember those who gave their lives in defense of our freedom. This resolution honors that tradition and calls special attention to the upcoming Fallen Heroes Memorial Service, which will take place Saturday, May 24th in the House chamber. At that service, we will pay tribute to U.S. service members killed in action, particularly recognizing 3 Texans who died in the line of duty. U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Felix A. Barrios, who gave his life on November 3rd, 2023. Navy SEAL Special Warfare Operator, 2nd Class Nathan G. Ingram, lost at sea on January 12th, 2024, and U.S. Marine Corps Major Torben Lewis, who perished in an aircraft crash on August 27th of 2023. These heroes embodied the very best of the military: courage, duty, and selflessness. Their names are etched not only in the roll of honor, but into the heart of this great state. I would also ask that we express our deep and sincere sympathy to the families of these fallen warriors. Let us never forget that the cost of freedom and those who bear it on our behalf. May God bless the memory of these heroes, their families, and all who serve. Members, we have sent the invitations to your offices, but I do hope that you will join me this Saturday. And I can tell you I've listened to several of these stories. These stories of these men in the hearing that we had in determining who we would recognize on this Saturday were some of the most heartfelt and encouraging stories of young men who were willing to sacrifice all for someone else, for their friends. So with that, I move adoption.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2187.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 2187 is nurses protection, staffing nurses protection. It requires DSHS to monitor and have oversight over hospital enforcement of nurses and prohibit retaliation by nurses who have been harmed during their operations of their task. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2187.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2187. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2187. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2187, relating to hospital staffing report and complaint processes and to retaliation and mandatory overtime protections for nurses.
Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion.
Move past the third reading.
Senator Perry moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Perry, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional three-day rule, House Bill 2187.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 2187. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2187, relating to hospital staffing report and complaint processes and to retaliation and mandatory overtime protections for nurses.
Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Perry moves final passage House Bill 2187. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is
President.
finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2510.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time House Bill 2510. Members, House Bill 2510 seeks to protect vulnerable Texans by establishing new offenses for unlicensed assisted living facilities throughout the state of Texas. Most of these are concentrated in our urban centers. I know that Senator Miles has worked on legislation that is very similar to this. The bill creates a Class A misdemeanor for individuals that provide personal care services without an assisted living license. It adds the same Class A misdemeanor offense for operating an assisted living facility without the license, and if the person has been previously convicted of an offense under either category, the bill increases the penalty to a third-degree felony. What we're doing with this bill, and Representative Turner asked me to carry this bill, is we have had law enforcement from all over the state of Texas come and testify in Health and Human Services about the living conditions that some of our elderly are some of those that are most vulnerable, those with some handicaps, the conditions in which they live in. And this is a strong statement to say we are not going to treat them like that any longer. With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2510. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2510. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2510, relating to assisted living facility operations and provision of certain services to assisted living family facility residents without a license.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 2510 passage to third reading.
Senator Colcourse moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. The Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 2510. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2510, relating to assisted living facility operations and provision of certain services to assisted living facility residents without a license.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion.
Before I move final passage, Mr. President, I again want to thank my colleague and friend, Senator Miles, where he has had many people travel from Houston and Harris County talking about these living conditions. Representative Turner from Tarrant County, the same thing. We are not going to treat our elderly. We are not going to treat people that have disabilities that are looking for homes. We are not going to allow them to be mistreated. And if they do, they're going to face the consequence of law enforcement. So thank you, Senator Miles, for your long passion. We have been working on these bills for 3 sessions. And with that, and on behalf of Senator Miles and our constituents, I move final passage of House Bill 2510.
Senator Colcourse moves final passage of House Bill 2510. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Cook, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 694.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 694, Representative Gerben Hawkins, relating to the notification of people after events of children in DFPS, excuse me. So House Bill 694 shortens the significant event notification time frame from 10 days to 48 hours. It essentially just codifies best practices, adds change in child's placement to the existing 24-hour notification requirement, and expands the list of parties notified to include the parents' attorneys, and ensures timely notifications at court hearings, allowing judges to be aware of these important developments. House Bill 694 reinforces parental rights and increases transparency. And Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Cook moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 694. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 694. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 694, relating to the notification of certain persons concerning certain events related to children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Senator Cook, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Cook moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Cook, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Cook moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 694. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 694, relating to the notification of certain persons concerning certain events related to children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Senator Cook, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Cook moves final passage House Bill 694. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 1893.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under current law, the government code treats vehicle license plates captured on law enforcement video as confidential, even though those plates are publicly visible on the road. Law enforcement agencies across the state spend countless hours redacting license plates when they get an open records request, a public information request for dash cam, body cam, surveillance footage. And before it can be released, they have to physically go through frame by frame and black out every license plate. And just to tell you how bad of a problem this is just for the city of Arlington PD in 2024. They had to view 7,129 videos because of open records requests. That took 16,900.56 hours of personnel sitting there going through each video frame by frame. And of that, 13,500 hours required redaction. And so each police department, each sheriff's department is going through this. License plates are visible to the public wherever you drive. House Bill 1893 simply addresses this by amending the government code and the transportation code to clarify that license plates captured in law enforcement video are not confidential, do not have to be redacted when they're requested in an open records, Texas Public Information Act request. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 1893. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco,
28
Campbell.
ayes, 3 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1893. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1893, relating the disclosure under the Public Information Law of a motor vehicle license plate number.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator King moves passage to third reading. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes, 3 nays. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes, 3 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 1893. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1893, relating the disclosure under the Public Information Law of a motor vehicle license plate number captured in a video recording.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage of House Bill 1893. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes and 3 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, members.
Senator Parker, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 2733.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2733. House Bill 2733 modernizes the Texas Penal Code's barratry laws by expanding the definition of illegal solicitation of professional services to include communication tools such as social media. Under current law, barratry applies to in-person or telephone solicitation of professional services for financial gain. However, there is a loophole that allows for illegal solicitation via digital means, an increasingly common practice, unfortunately, in our state. This legislation addresses that gap by bringing the penal code in line with the state bar's rules, ensuring that both attorneys and non-attorneys are held accountable for improper digital outreach and client recruitment. It also adds a prohibition on false, misleading, or deceptive electronic communications targeting third-party individuals who make false claims to recruit clients. For example, some individuals actively monitor social media for car accident victims and message them offering legal help, when in fact they are paid middlemen connecting victims to firms willing to pay for the referral. This bill ensures that such practices are treated as barratry and are no longer legal under Texas law. It reinforces protections for Texans while not affecting ethical professionals who follow proper procedures. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 2733. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 2733. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2733, relating the prosecution of the criminal offenses of prohibited barratry and solicitation of professional employment.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Parker moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage committee substitute for House Bill 2733. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 2733, relating to the prosecution of the criminal offenses of prohibited barratry and solicitation of professional employment.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Parker moves final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 2733. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Hagenbu, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4506.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 4506 addresses electronic notices for municipalities and zoning commissions. Physical mail can often be delayed, misplaced, and as we transition to the digital age, it has become more common to receive documents via text or email to ensure that important information is received in a timely manner. House Bill 4506 would allow municipalities to deliver notice of public hearings regarding zoning changes electronically by email or text message, but only if the recipients elect to opt into that service. Any municipalities that choose distribution notices, a way of distributing notices, will create an online portal through which a notice recipient may elect to receive them electronically. From a fiscal standpoint, this is a common sense bill. For reference, in 2023, the city of Austin spent $315,000 just mailing zoning notices. In 2021, the city of Dallas spent $125,000 mailing zoning notices. Again, this will be a voluntary program for citizens who opt in. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Hagenbu moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4506. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4506. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4506 relating to electronic delivery of notice for certain municipal zoning changes.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to third reading.
Senator Hagenbu moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the 3-day rule.
Senator Hagenbu moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 4506. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4506 relating to electronic delivery of notice for certain municipal zoning changes.
Senator Hagenbu, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Hagenbu moves final passage of House Bill 4506. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Nichols, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3751.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspending the regular order of business on House Bill 3751. Currently, the Department of Public Safety, the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Office in Woodville, operates out of a building owned by the Texas Department of Transportation under a memorandum of understanding. After consulting with DPS and TxDOT, both parties have agreed that transferring the building would serve our local DPS and TxDOT units better in the long run. So this bill is a simple, non-amendatory bill that transfers the TxDOT owned property in Woodville to DPS. With that, I move suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3751.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3751. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3751. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3751 relating to the transfer of certain real property from the Texas Department of Transportation to the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Nichols moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 3751. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3751, relating to the transfer of certain real property from the Texas Department of Transportation to the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of House Bill 3751.
Senator Nichols moves final passage of House Bill 3751. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator King, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3033.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 3033 will establish a grant program to provide financial support to eligible nonprofit organizations that aid DPS officers who have been killed or injured in the line of duties and their families. The program will be funded through voluntary public donations, with individuals giving the option to contribute $3 or more when applying for or renewing their driver's license. And with that, move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3033. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3033. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3033, relating to a grant program for nonprofit organizations supporting employees of the Department of Public Safety.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator King moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to third reading. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Senator King moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 3033. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3033, relating to a grant program for a nonprofit organization supporting employees of the Department.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage of House Bill 3033. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Kolkhorst, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4273.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time committee substitute to House Bill 4273 by Dr. Alverson. Members, I want to thank Representative Alverson for authoring the bill and for working with our office. As you may recall, I authored a bill that included identical provisions in Senate Bill 961. It passed out of the Senate back in March, I believe by a vote of almost unanimous, and has now been heard in House Committee on Health and Human Services. The committee substitute to HB 4273 simply adds missing language found in SB 961 to harmonize the two bills. As many of you know, Medicaid is one of the largest safety net programs supporting our state's most vulnerable population. As stewards of taxpayer dollars, we are there to make sure that we are good stewards of that because CMS actually requires it. So members, House Bill 4273 does three things. It codifies the administrative Medicaid eligibility process on the agency side in regard to the verification of self-attested eligibility criteria for all factors that are not permitted to accept under federal law. And second, it expands the key eligibility criteria to include checking for lottery winnings that would increase an individual's income. And then last, it requires healthcare providers to submit reimbursement claims that reflect the provider who truly rendered the services. This is off of the Maloof case where we knew that there was fraudulent activity, but because of a glitch in the law, we could not process. With that, members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4273. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes, 3 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 4273. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4273 relating to fraud prevention and verifying eligibility for benefits under Medicaid.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to third reading of committee substitute to House Bill 4273.
Senator Colcourse moves passage to third reading. There is objection. The Secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes, 3 nays. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
28 ayes, 3 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 4273. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4273 relating to fraud prevention and verifying eligibility for benefits under Medicaid.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of committee substitute to House Bill 4273.
Senator Colcourse moves final passage of committee substitute for House Bill 4273. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
28 ayes, 3 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3211.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to consider House Bill 3211. House Bill 3211 ensures that any optometrist or therapeutic optometrist who meets a vision benefit manager's credentialing requirement and agrees to contractual terms must be allowed to join that network. The bill standardizes timelines for application and credentialing. It increases transparency in the contracting process and prohibits VBMs from rejecting providers solely based on market saturation or geographic limits. Legislation is narrowly tailored to vision benefit plans and does not affect broader medical or risk-based health insurance plans. It protects patient choice, promotes continuity of care, and encourages a more competitive market that could lead to lower out-of-pocket expenses and costs for Texans. And I move suspension.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 3211. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3211. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3211 relating to vision care benefits.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage third reading.
Senator Middleton moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 3211. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3211 relating to vision care benefits.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Middleton moves final passage of House Bill 3211. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4529.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider House Bill 4529. Some states, including Texas, require licensures or registration of off-installation family child care providers, creating a duplicative process. This is at our military installations. This redundancy delays a provider's ability to provide child care services, resulting in a financial hardship for military spouses attempting to reestablish their businesses after a move. House Bill 4529 eliminates the unnecessary certification barriers by exempting these child care facilities who maintain a certificate issued by the Department of Defense from needing a state license as well to operate. With that, I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4529. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4529. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4529, relating to the regulation of child care facilities that maintain a certificate to operate issued by the United States Department of Defense.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator Hancock moves passes to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 4529. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4529, relating to the regulation of child care facilities that maintain a certificate to operate issued by the United States Department of Defense.
Senator Hancock is recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Hancock moves final passage House Bill 4529. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2522.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 2522. Senators, this is companion to Senate Bill 1104, which you've seen before. It would affects a major retailer across the state. In 2022, the Texas DMV began requiring fingerprinting for all retailers of motor vehicles, RVs, and trailers as a fraud prevention measure for those temporary tags, which were such a problem. And each dealer location has to have a fingerprinted bona fide employee who resides in Texas and is present at the store during all business hours. That makes sense for car dealerships, new and used. It's been broadly applied, though, for large retailers that sell only RVs, trailers, mini bikes, go-karts, and golf carts. So Tractor Supply, Lowe's, Home Depot, stores like that. For these stores, there's a real regulatory burden as they have to staff each location with a fingerprint employee at all times, even though they don't sell motor vehicles. And so, because of the high turnover rate they experience, it's a real problem for them. House Bill 2522 provides relief for that. Makes sense. It's a pro-people bill, and I move suspension.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2522. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2522. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2522, relating to fingerprinting requirements for the issuance of dealer general distinguishing numbers to certain persons.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hughes moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
And that's my motion.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 2522. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2522, relating to fingerprinting requirements for the issuance of dealer general distinguishing numbers to certain persons.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage House Bill 2522. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes, 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4219.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time House Bill 4219 by Representative Giovanni Capriglione, co-sponsored by Senators Middleton and Chuy Hinojosa. It relates to a governmental body response to a request for public information. Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, members, this bill is based on a recommendation of the Senate Committee on State Affairs Interim Committee report to enhance training for local governments that failed to meet requirements of the Texas Public Information Act. Generally, it requires the governmental body to notify the requester within 10 days if it has no responsive information or it is withholding information based on a previous determination. It would allow requesters to send a written complaint to the AG if a governmental body fails to respond, provide that if the Attorney General determines a governmental body improperly failed to comply with an open record request, the public information officer must complete open records training within 6 months. It also would prohibit governmental bodies from assessing costs to the requester for producing information in response to a request not handled timely, and finally, require requested information to be released unless there is a compelling reason to withhold. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4219. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4219. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4219, relating to a governmental body's response to a request for public information.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Zaffarini moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bill be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
31
Campbell.
ayes, 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 4219. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4219, relating to a governmental body's response to a request for public information.
Senator Zaffarini recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of House Bill 4219. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Crook.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4783.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business, consider committee substitute House Bill 4783 at this time. Members, in 2019, we as a legislature passed House Bill 3285 by Senator Huffman, which created the opioid antagonist grants and programs. Opioid antagonist medications are used to block the effects of opioids, such as heroin and fentanyl, to prevent overdose deaths. Committee substitute of House Bill 4783 directs Health and Human Services Commission to prepare a biennial report in coordination with the other states' entities on opioid antagonist programs the state has created for overdose reversal and preventions to ensure efficient and effective use of the taxpayer dollars. So this is simply providing a report on legislation we've passed previously. With that, I move suspension.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4783. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 4783. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4783, relating to a report on governmental opioid antagonist programs to reverse and prevent opioid overdoses.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hancock moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hancock, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Hancock moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
30 ayes and 1 nay. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 4783. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4783, relating to a report on governmental opioid antagonist programs to reverse and prevent opioid overdoses.
Senator Hancock, get recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Hancock moves final passage of committee substitute for House Bill 4783. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you.
Senator Hagenbu, you recognize for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4643.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 4643 expands access to criminal history record information for purposes of Medicaid program. In 2023, the FBI updated the standards for state agencies to access criminal background information. In the 88th session, DPS led an effort on behalf of all impacted agencies to update Texas statutes to meet these standards. But the FBI recently indicated that the OIG's language was overly broad and needed further refinement. Under current law, the Health and Human Services Commission and the Office of Inspector General are authorized to obtain criminal history information for individuals with direct or indirect ownership or control interest of 5% or more in a Medicaid provider. However, the definition is tied to federal regulation, which may not adequately encompass all relevant individuals. This bill authorizes the Texas Health and Human Services Commission and the Office of Inspector General to obtain background checks on a broad group of individuals, including with Medicaid providers, including those with ownership interests, those who finance Medicaid-enrolled entities, and managing employees responsible for day-to-day operations. It also defines the word provider and the phrases ownership interest and managing employee for consistent enforcement purposes. By strengthening the vetting process, HB 4643 helps prevent Medicaid fraud, protect taxpayer dollars, and ensure greater accountability within the Medicaid system. With that, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Hagenbu moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4643. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4643. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4643, relating to access to criminal history record information that relates to providers and provider applicants under Medicaid and other public benefits programs.
Senator Hagenbu, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to third reading.
Senator Hagenbu moves passes third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hagenbu, you recognize for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So move.
Senator Hagenbu moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. House Bill 4643. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4643, relating to access to criminal history record information that relates to providers and provider applicants under Medicaid and other public benefits programs administered by the Health and Human Services Commission.
Senator Hagenbu, you recognize for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move final passage.
Senator Hagenbu moves final passage of House Bill 4643. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 3810.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider at this time House Bill 3810. Senators, the Rose City Mud was created by the legislature a couple of sessions ago to deal with a unique problem in Smith County where homeowners, residents were not being treated fairly at all. And the only solution was to create a mud. It worked, and now the problem has been resolved, and so I'm pleased to come back and ask the legislature to dissolve the Rose City Mud. This passed out of the House unanimously, and I move suspension.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on HB 3810. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays aye for second reading HB 3810. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3810 relating to the dissolution of the Rose City Municipal Utility District.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Hughes moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
That's my motion.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading. Final passage. House Bill 3810. Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 3810 relating to the dissolution of the Rose City Municipal Utility District.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, for one less layer of government, I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage of House Bill 3810. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Senator Blanco, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 923.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 923. This bill adds 3 public members of the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel, which is responsible for developing the informed consent notices that healthcare providers give to patients before medical procedures. It also adds an additional physician member to maintain a physician majority on the board. This bill strengthens the informed consent process by giving patients a voice while maintaining medical standards and safeguard. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Blanco moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 923. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 923. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 923 relating to the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel.
Senator Blanco, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Bill 923 to third reading.
Senator Blanco moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Blanco, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Blanco moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 923. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 923 relating to the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel.
Senator Blanco, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of House Bill 923.
Senator Blanco moves final passage of House Bill 923. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2513.
Thank you, Mr. President. Member, House Bill 2513 is firefighter military leave clarification. HB 2513 seeks to ensure that a 24 or 40-hour work shift constitutes 1 day for firefighters for the purpose of using paid military leave. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2513.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2513. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2513. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2513, relating to a paid leave of absence for public employees serving as fire protection personnel who are engaged in certain military service.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move past third reading.
Senator Perry moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco,
31
Campbell.
ayes and 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 2513. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2513, relating to a paid leave of absence for public employees serving as fire protection personnel who are engaged in certain military service.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage House Bill 2513.
Senator Perry moves final passage of House Bill 2513. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Mr. President.
Congratulations. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2788.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, House Bill 2788 addresses an issue with the Texas Workforce Commission Unemployment Benefits Program, particularly the ability of the Texas Workforce Commission to combat fraud. This bill would remove from the Public Information Act requests to find out information about how the Texas Workforce Commission battles fraud. We don't want people who want to defraud the commission from being able to find out how we don't let them defraud the commission. That's what this bill is about. Therefore, I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider House Bill 2788.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2788. Is there objection? Hearing none. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2788. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2788, relating to the disclosure of certain fraud detection information obtained in the administration of the unemployment compensation system.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to third reading.
Senator Johnson moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Johnson moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 2788. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2788, relating to the disclosure of certain fraud detection information obtained in the administration of the unemployment compensation system.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of House Bill 2788.
Senator Johnson moves final passage of House Bill 2788. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 5424.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to send the Senate's regular order of business to consider House Bill 5424. House Bill 5424 simply clarifies an existing provision in statute to ensure that volunteer fire departments can provide limited compensation up to 20% of what full-time firefighters earn in neighboring departments. This change resolves ambiguity in current law that creates confusion around what counts as allowable compensation for volunteers. And of course, this matters a lot because 82% of Texas fire departments are fully or mostly volunteer, and these departments are often the only line of defense in rural and unincorporated areas. HB 5424 does not impose new mandates. It does not create new entitlements. It simply brings clarity to existing law. It supports our local departments in keeping their communities safe, and I move suspension.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 5424. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5424. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5424 relating to volunteer firefighter compensation limits.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage of third reading.
Senator Middleton moves passage of third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of House Bill 5424. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 5424 relating to volunteer firefighter compensation limits.
Senator Middleton recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Middleton moves final passage House Bill 5424. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Senator Flores is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Oh, no, I didn't say the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 1875. Due to a limited number of veteran cemeteries, families of these veterans must travel long and far to visit their loved ones' graves. Facing the challenge of honoring veterans who wish to be laid to rest within their communities and amongst their families, this bill requires the General Land Office and the Texas Veterans Commission to create a study evaluating the burial needs of our veterans, access to cemeteries near their homes, and assessing opportunities to address the operational needs of veterans' cemeteries. That I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business on HB 1875. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading HB 1874. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 1875 relating to a study by the General Land Office regarding veteran cemeteries in this state.
Senator Flores is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading.
Senator Flores moves passage to the third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed on third reading. Senator Flores is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Flores moves the suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
The rules are suspended. The chair lays out, being 31 ayes and no nays, the rules are suspended. No, gavel, sorry. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 875. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1875 relating to a study by the General Land Office regarding veteran cemeteries in this state.
Senator Flores is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage House Bill 1875.
Senator Flores moves final passage of House Bill 1875. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
With there being 31 yeas and 0 nays, the bill passes. The bill's final passage. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
All right.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4753.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute to House Bill 4753. The committee substitute for 4753 relates to the regulation by municipality of a certificate of occupancy. This bill arose when a situation was brought to light when an original certificate of occupancy was lost, and the municipality had a record that a certificate of occupancy had been issued. Currently, municipalities require apartment building owners and business owners to have original certificates of occupancy to be displayed. However, there have been multiple situations in which a building has had multiple owners since the 1950s or 60s, for example, and their records don't have the original certificate of occupancy. The municipality has a record that they issued a certificate of occupancy to the business owner at that time, but they still require the original document and will not currently allow a business owner to obtain a copy from them if they don't have the original document. Municipalities have been requiring business owners who don't have the original certificate of occupancy to apply for new original certificates of occupancy, which can require having to buy new permits, which can run anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 in fees to the city and others to be able to meet these requirements. This committee substitute for 4753 allows a property owner to acquire a document proving that a certificate of occupancy was in fact issued and allows this document to serve as a replacement for an original certificate of occupancy. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 4753. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4753. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4753, relating to the municipal issuance of a document verifying that a certificate of occupancy has been issued for certain buildings.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move passage to third reading.
Senator Parker moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Parker moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31
Campbell.
ayes and 0 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 4753. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 4753, relating to the municipal issuance of a document verifying that a certificate of occupancy has been issued for certain buildings.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move final passage.
Senator Parker moves final passage House Bill 4753. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco. Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Miles, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business for House Bill 107.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, at this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 107, the sickle cell disease bill. Sickle cell anemia disease affects 1 in 2,000 newborns in Texas, mostly African-American communities. Texas screens newborns, but does not, I repeat, does not track the disease afterwards. So many people don't get diagnosed or the care they need behind sickle cell anemia. HB 107 creates a statewide registry under the Department of State Health Services to track sickle cell cases, improve care, and support research. The federal government has made it expanding access to transformative treatment of sickle cell disease a top priority, and is now partnering with the state to lower the cost for treatment and improve care. This registry could support the efforts by providing better data for planning and delivery. It requires hospitals and clinics to report data and follows all privacy laws like HIPAA. A similar bill passed last session but was vetoed over privacy concerns. HB 107 fixes that stronger data protection and secures reporting. Senators, I've worked closely and hard with the governor's staff on the amendment I'm presenting next, which ensures that this bill addresses both patient confidentiality and the fiscal note, putting it in the best form for it to be signed into law. Members, I move suspension on House Bill 107.
Senator Miles moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 107. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair leaves out on second reading. House Bill 107. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 107 relating to the establishment of the Sickle Cell Disease Registry.
Following amendment. Secretary read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Miles.
Senator Miles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, as I mentioned earlier, I've worked very closely with the governor's staff on this amendment to ensure the bill addresses patients' confidentiality and the fiscal note, making it ready to be signed into law. The floor amendment on House Bill 107 makes key changes and introduces the version of this bill. The amendment adds stronger privacy protection and patient choice. And Mr. President and members, I move passage.
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Senator Miles, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the constitutional rule for this bill to be read on 3 separate days.
Senator Miles moves passes third reading. Is there objection? There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes and 6 nays. Bill is passed third reading. Senator Miles, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
It takes great honor, Mr. President, to I move final passage of House Bill 107, the sickle cell anemia bill.
Senator Miles moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
25
Campbell.
ayes, 6 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage House Bill 107. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 107 relating to the establishment of the Sickle Cell Disease Registry.
Senator Miles, you're recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I personally want to thank you and the members for final passage of House Bill 107, Sickle Cell Registry.
Senator Miles moves final passage House Bill 107. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator. Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on SJR 60.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider SJR 60. SJR 60 proposes a constitutional amendment to authorize the Commissioner's Court to implement the rainwater and graywater harvesting system tax exemption. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the regular order of business on SJR 60. There is objection. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading SJR 60. The Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 60 proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the Commissioner's Court of a county to exempt from ad valorem taxation by each political subdivision that taxes the property, the portion of the assessed value of a person's property.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Campbell moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out a third reading and final passage of SJR 60. The Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 60, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the Commissioners Court of a county to exempt from ad valorem taxation certain political subdivisions.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage, SJR 60.
Senator Campbell moves final passage of SJR 60. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1633.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider SB 1633. This bill would allow county commissioners to adopt an exemption from ad valorem taxation for the portion of a property's appraised value that is attributable to the installation of a rainwater harvesting or gray water system. Fiscal impact would be contingent on how many counties approve the measure, and with that, I move suspension.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1633. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1633. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1633, relating the authority of a county commissioners court to adopt an exemption from ad valorem taxation by each taxing unit that taxes the property of the portion of the appraised value of a person's property that is attributable to the installation in or of property of certain water conservation systems.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Campbell moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Senator Campbell moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
26
Campbell.
ayes, 5 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 1633. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1633, relating the authority of a county commissioners court to adopt an exemption from ad valorem taxation certain taxing units.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized for a motion.
Final passage.
Senator Campbell moves final passage. Senate Bill 1633. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Kokhorst, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 2071.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time House Bill 2071. Members, House Bill 2071 builds on previous legislation that I filed and passed and authored in the 87th session, SB 1578, to put guardrails around the medical reviews and consultations that the Forensic Assessment Center Network, that's the FACN network, it's physicians that conduct investigations for DFPS in abuse and neglect. The FACN is a joint project between DFPS and several health-related institutions like UT and Texas Tech. In past years, some of these reviews were resulting in false allegations of abuse against parents. That discovery led me to file SB 1578 and other measures to ensure protections in the process, such as second opinion reviews, existed. Yet since 2021, there have been loopholes to some of the protections that were provided in SB 1578. House Bill 2071 simply plugs some of those loopholes closes them down, and clarifies that medical reviews that become a part of a child's medical record are subject to HIPAA and must be accessible to parents. That means parents get these records. Further, the bill seeks to reduce conflicts of interest by making it clear that an FACN member who already conducted any type of review of a DFPS case may not provide a separate FACN consultation, meaning the second opinion. In other words, the bill removes the double dipping by certain physician specialists. These are simple, common sense reforms that were actually meant to be in place by SB 1578, but we are making sure that we have closed the loops and make sure that we have good investigations and good data. With that, I am happy to answer questions, or I will suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 2071. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2071. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2071 relating to certain policies and procedures for healthcare specialty consultations and certain child abuse or neglect investigations.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to third reading of House Bill 2071.
Senator Colcourse moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator Colcourse is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the three-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, 0 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage House Bill 2071. The Secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 2071 relating to certain policies and procedures for healthcare specialty consultations and certain child abuse or neglect investigations.
Senator Colcourse is recognized for a motion.
I thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of House Bill 2071.
Senator Colcourse moves final passage of House Bill 2071. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. Bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator King, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4850.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a cleanup bill for statutes that govern the Governor's Office of Economic Development and Tourism. It makes changes to the Made in Texas label requirements. It repeals the Governor's Broadband Development Council. It changes the membership on the Aerospace and Aviation Advisory Committee, and it gets rid of the toll-free number for the Economic Development and Tourism Office. And I can go into more details if anybody wants. Other than that, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4850. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for House Bill 4850. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4850 relating to programs to promote economic development in the Office of the Governor and to repeal of the Governor's Broadband Development Council.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to third reading.
Senator King moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to third reading. Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
So move.
Senator King moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading final passage committee substitute for House Bill 4850. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4850 relating to programs to promote economic development in the Office of the Governor and to the repeal of the Governor's Broadband Development Council.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator King moves final passage committee substitute for House Bill 4850. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, members.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on HCR 98.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. This HCR 98 by Representative Plessa. National security starts at our borders. Unregulated drones are increasingly used to locate and track federal border agents, find weaknesses in the border, and even smuggle illegal items into Texas. The Rio Grande Valley sector alone, there were over 1,000 incursions into United States airspace per month, with 25,000 sightings reported in 2023. We need a standardized operating procedure to detect, identify, and if necessary, neutralize these drones to ensure a 21st century border, not just a wall. HCR 98 is a resolution urging Congress to improve coordination among federal, state, and local authorities in deploying counter-unmanned aircraft systems to detect, track, identify, and neutralize unauthorized drones and other unmanned aerial systems at the border. Mr. President, members, I move that we suspend the regular order of business on HCR 98.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on HCR 98. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary read the resolution.
HCR 98, urging Congress to enhance coordination among federal, state, and local authorities in the deployment of CUAS technologies for border security.
Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, members, I move adoption of HCR 98.
Senator Hinojosa moves adoption of the resolution. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator King, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on HCR 90.
Thank you, members. This is the mirror of the SCR that we passed out previously. It simply encourages the establishment of a Texas trade office in Jerusalem. Move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator King moves suspension of the regular order of business on HCR 90. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary read the resolution.
HCR 90, expressing support for the strengthening of our partnership with Israel and for the creation of a Texas Trade and Investment Office in Israel.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion.
Move adoption.
Senator King moves adoption of the resolution. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
30 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. Senator Hinojosa of Nueces, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2233.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2233 Texas's public universities and colleges are institutions of academic freedom and security, but there is a growing concern over the potential for individuals holding non-immigrant visas to violate the terms of their visas and publicly promote terroristic activities on these campuses. Senate Bill 2233 seeks to address this issue by requiring public institutions of higher education in Texas to adopt clear policies prohibiting any student or employee on a non-immigrant visa from engaging in or espousing terroristic activities or organizations. And with that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Blanco, for what purpose?
Questions for the author?
Senator Hinojosa, do you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Representative Senator. Been in the House working my bills all day long. Appreciate you bringing this bill. This bill requires institutions of higher ed to adopt a policy prohibiting any student or employee who holds a non-immigrant visa from publicly supporting terrorist activity related to an ongoing conflict or from persuading others to do so. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes, Senator. Actually, this bill requires three things. First, to adopt the policy, so give some latitude to the institutions to adopt their policy. Then to follow up with an investigation if it's deemed that there was a potential violation of the policy. And then thirdly, to take appropriate action as outlined in the bill.
Great. And your bill defines terrorist activity using the language in Title 8, U.S. Code Section 1182. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Title 8, Section 1182 describes terrorist activity. It also describes the engagement in terrorist activity and defines those actions in that section.
So to be clear, the kind of conduct captured under that federal definition or terrorist activities include engaging in that activity, if committed in the U.S., would be illegal. It involves hijacking or sabotage of any mode of transportation, kidnapping or detaining a person with threats to coerce others, or violent attacks on internationally protected persons, assassinations, threats, attempts, or conspiracies to commit any of the above. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, Senator. It names a number of different things. Those included also point out to commit or incite to commit under circumstances indicating an intention to cause death or serious bodily injury, a terrorist activity, to prepare or plan a terrorist activity, to gather information on potential targets for terrorist activity, to solicit funds or other things of value for a terroristic activity, so on and so forth. It's pretty extensive on how what that defines in that statute.
Thank you for that. So we're not talking about casual policy disagreements, or we're not talking about protected forms of speech. What we're talking about are acts. The acts that we just talked about, these are extreme, violent. This is about coercion that would be criminal under U.S. law. Is that accurate?
That is absolutely accurate. And just to make sure that is actually absolutely clear, we have a floor amendment that will be presented here shortly that clarifies that the section may not be construed to infringe on a free speech right protected by the First Amendment to the United States Constitution or by Section 8, Article 1, Texas Constitution. So we are clarifying that in an amendment to ensure that there's no suppression of freedom of speech in any kind of way. This is predefined and recognized definitions of terroristic activity and engagement in such activities.
Great. So what this bill aims to do, it's to ensure that our universities or public institutions are not unwittingly hosting individuals who are here on temporary visas if they're advocating or promoting those types of violent acts. Is that accurate?
That is absolutely accurate. It is specifically pertaining to non-immigrant visa holders, being a student in a higher institution or an employee of one. Again, relating to the section, the education code that with regard to non-immigrant visa holders.
Okay. So turning to the enforcement side of the bill, your legislation sets out a process for investigating credible allegations of such conduct involving non-immigrant student or employee. Is that right?
That's correct. That's right.
Okay. Can you explain the 2 strikes and you're out model that you've got in this bill? It balances due process from individuals with institutions' obligation to protect public safety in the campus community?
Absolutely, and I appreciate that question. Actually, the model creates a clear, as you noted, a 2-step process. For a first violation, it requires that a student or employee be suspended for a period of at least 1 year. And then for a second violation, that would require expelling the student or terminating the employee's employment. And in all cases, reporting to the U.S. Homeland Security.
Okay.
So those violations are reported to DHS through the Student Exchange Visitor Information System.
Okay. Well, Senator, thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification. No further questions, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Question for the author.
Do you yield, Senator Hinojosa?
Yes, I yield for questions.
Senator Hinojosa, it sounds like from your exchange with Senator Blanco that you do understand and appreciate that the First Amendment freedoms extend to American citizens as well as other people here in this country.
Well, yes, sir. And as a matter of fact, just to, like I said, clarifying, we have
right. And I'm not attacking you. You've made it very clear that your bill does not intend and prohibits the infringement on protected speech, whether they're an immigrant or non-immigrant. It's also clear that we're talking about really bad stuff like waving a Hamas flag on campus. Right, that would be not tolerable activity, I would think, because you're openly supporting a terrorist activity. And it's not Palestine, but Hamas.
Yes, and I want to just double check that is listed on the, I believe it is.
And I just chose an example. What perplexes me about the bill is why, if we are not going to tolerate hostile terrorist-supporting activity on the campus by immigrants with a non-immigrant student visa, why would we tolerate that for any student?
Well, you're right. We shouldn't tolerate for any student. And as you know, that the Constitution does not protect terroristic threat.
It does not. And so, the intention of the bill to combat this kind of activity, I think, is not so objectionable. It might even be laudable. But the distinction between non-immigrant students and American citizen students strikes me as itself unfounded and potentially pernicious, because it suggests that anti-American or terroristic activity is that American citizens are immune to that. And that narrative makes me a bit nervous, so why wouldn't your bill cover all students?
Well, again, this bill is concentrating on this section of code relating to in the education code. And with regard to non-immigrant visa holders, as you know, it's a privilege for them to come to the United States. I'll cite that Secretary Marco Rubio recently made headlines when he's already started to rescind the visas of individuals suspected of terrorism, and he pointed out that that those visas would not even be granted if, in fact, they admitted that, hey, we're coming to the United States to actually, right. So there was no way that would ever have been granted in the first place if they were going to engage in that type of activity. I'll just quote this because I think this kind of sums it up, and it was a really nice quote. He said, "We are not going to be importing activists into the United States. They're here to study. They're here to go to class. They're not here to lead activist movements that are disruptive and undermine our universities." And so that's, again, pointing back to what you asked me. It's very, very specific language with very bad stuff, as we had in our exchange with
And what concerns me is exactly that Marco Rubio quote, whereas your bill is aimed at things that are defined as supporting terrorist activities under the United States Code. What Marco Rubio said is more like, we don't want activists here. And I do not want universities or anybody else persecuting activists who are here as American citizens or are here as non-citizens on an immigrant visa. So if somebody is, say, supporting Palestine or supporting Israel, that's activism.
Correct.
And they don't get kicked out for that.
That's absolutely right, because they're not engaging in terroristic activity by supporting or saying, giving support to one or the other, as you noted.
I'm conflicted on your bill because I would think that a university could already kick a student out, American citizen or non-citizen, for
They probably
supporting
can.
terrorism.
I apologize. I mean to speak over here.
No, go ahead.
And they probably can, but the fact of the matter is a lot of them don't. What this bill is requiring is that they adopt a policy that will, and it gives them some latitude in that policy, but adopt a policy, a framework that prohibits this type of terroristic activity. Then it calls for specific investigation into that, working with law enforcement. And then if a violation if it's decided that a violation occurred, then take action as defined in this bill, which is currently not in any kind of framework. But this will establish a framework of what those institutions should do if a violation is found to have been made.
And yet I still don't see a basis for the distinction between citizens and non-citizens here on a visa, personally. Intentions behind the bill are hard to argue with. The distinction I find troubling, but we've had the discussion, so thanks for answering the questions.
Thank you.
If you have more to say, or if you want to continue, I will, but I've raised the points I wanted to raise.
No, we're fine, Senator, and thank you. And we've had some good discussions before, so I'm sure I look forward to a continued discussion with you.
Senator Hinojosa Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, do you want to yield for some questions?
Senator Hinojosa Nueces, do you yield?
Yes, I yield for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I heard the discussion between Senator Blanco and Senator Johnson. Very thorough, very good discussion. Because you and I had a discussion about the same issue. But here, what we're talking about are terrorist organization and terrorist acts. So people come and foreign students who are here with visas could come and demonstrate in support of Palestine. They would not be considered terrorists.
Well, that's correct. We're talking about a demonstration. We're talking freedom of speech. We're talking about organization that may not be listed as a terrorist group. So, that's got to meet as a particular threshold for it to be defined as engagement in terroristic activity. And again, it's allowing the institutions to create the policy. So, I would think in most cases, common sense is going to prevail.
And the reality is that we have many demonstrators out there who are actually supporting Hamas and pushing very aggressively in the way they threaten Jewish students.
That's correct.
I had some doubts about the bill, but after our discussion and the exchange that took place between you, Senator Johnson, and Senator Blanco, I do support the bill.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your support on the bill.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 2233. There is objection. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
22 ayes and 9 nays. Rule is suspended. Chair leaves out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2233. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2233, relating to a prohibition on certain persons supporting terrorist activity at public institutions of higher education.
Following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Hinojosa of Nueces.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment ensures the use of more precise language, clearer applicability, law enforcement involvement, and free speech protections. After consulting with various universities, we found this amendment necessary to assist in implementing these anti-terrorist measures while protecting free speech. Specifically, the bill now uses the terms endorsing or espousing instead of the vague word supporting. We separated students and employees who hold non-immigrant visas to make it easier for institutions to understand who is covered and enforce the policy consistently. Institutions must now consult with law enforcement during investigations and follow the university's established disciplinary procedures. We also added a new provision that clarifies that the bill does not infringe on constitutional free speech rights. And this amendment is necessary to demonstrate that security and constitutional rights can coexist in public policy. And with that, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Question on the amendment?
Senator Hinojosa, you yield?
Yes.
I think this is a very good amendment. It does raise another question, though, around law enforcement. I see you having in consultation with law enforcement. If there is somebody on campus, American citizen, non-citizen with a student visa, engaging in, and I also like replacing the supporting language with endorsing and espousing because it's more specific and stronger. If somebody is engaging in that kind of activity, law enforcement should already be investigating them apart from the university system, shouldn't they?
I would think so, Senator, but this is just clarifying that we want the institutions to work in tandem with the law enforcement in doing those investigations, conducting those investigations.
So to some extent, are we dragging higher education into the law enforcement business?
I don't believe so. I think that this amendment clarifies that we're asking them to cooperate and collaborate with law enforcement, but we're not bringing them specifically into the law enforcement space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions on the adoption floor amendment number 1? Is there objection? Hearing none. The amendment's adopted. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
22 ayes and 9 nays. Bill is passed to engrossment, and we will hold there.
I think we missed it.
Senator Kokhorst, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4187.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time committee substitute to House Bill 4187. Members, House Bill 4187 is the omnibus bill created in consultation with the Texas Historical Commission and Chairman Metcalf in the House. It passed the House 135-0. The bill touches on many key functions of the commission, including responsibilities and governance structure of both the Historical Commission and its affiliated organizations, such as the Friends of the Texas Historical Commission and the Washington on the Brazos Historical Foundation. The executive director of the Historical Commission is given authority to negotiate and award a contract for goods and services if no bids were received during a competitive process, and it's determined re-solicitation would end in a similar result, just as the body gave Texas Parks and Wildlife Department last session in HB 2777. The commission is allowed to have more than one affiliated nonprofit organization to provide support to the commission itself or an individual historic site. The commission is also allowed to use funds appropriated to the Historic Infrastructure Sustainability Fund, which was created by this body last session in SB 1332 by Senator Huffman, to improve historic sites. The bill also codifies the commission has jurisdiction to preserve, maintain, and repair state historical markers, and these markers are state property, followed by an opinion given by the Attorney General in 2023. I do have a clarifying amendment in this regard that I've worked with Senator Miles, Senator West, and Senator Johnson on that I will be offering after suspension. It also covers the Commission's authority regarding their affiliated nonprofits. And members, the Historical Commission will also approve the themes and storylines of each historic site and shall provide staff and volunteer educators with training they need to present the exhibits and stories of each historic site. Finally, included in the bill is the list of historic sites, and it is updated in statute to include those that have been added or transferred to the Commission's jurisdiction over the last couple of years. Members, with that, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for House Bill 4187. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for House Bill 4187. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, House Bill 4187, relating to the authority and responsibilities of the Texas Historical Commission.
Following amendment, Secretary read the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 1 by Colcourse.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is the amendment that I've worked with Senator Miles, Senator West, Senator Johnson, and others that have had input. This amendment clarifies the definition of official Texas historical markers to mean those markers, medallions, monuments, and plaques the Historic Commission awards, approves, or administers. The amendment strikes unnecessary language alluding to both the Republic of Texas and Civil War centennial and emphasizes that Section 4 may not be construed as transferring ownership of a building or statue that is owned or operated by a private entity, municipality, or institution of higher education. And so, members, what we did was we lifted what was in the Texas Administrative Code under Title 13, Part 2, Chapter 21, and lifted that language to put that in statute.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
Just a statement on the amendment.
You're recognized.
This is an excellent amendment, and I really want to call attention to the sincere efforts of Senator Colcourse to accommodate some very grave concerns, and this does a lot to make this a good bill. So I really appreciate the work you've done on this.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your input during the committee process, and for the members on the floor. This is the way the Senate works, and I appreciate it very much.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Is there objection? Hearing none. Amendment's adopted. Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of committee substitute to House Bill 4187 to third reading.
Senator Colcourse moves passage to third reading. There is objection. The Secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
27 ayes and 4 nays. Bill is passed to third reading. Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Colcourse moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 4187. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 4187, relating to the authority and responsibilities of the Texas Historical Commission.
Senator Colcourse, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of committee substitute to House Bill 4187.
Senator Colcourse moves final passage. Committee substitute for House Bill 4187. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional three-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the three-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
25 ayes, 6 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading, final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2233. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2233 relating to a prohibition on certain persons supporting terrorist activity at public institutions of higher education.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2233.
Senator Hinojosa moves final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2233. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
22 ayes, 9 nays. Bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Hughes for a motion to concur on House amendments to SJR 34.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur in House amendments to Senate Joint Resolution 34. Senators, you may recall this is the resolution we unanimously passed affirming parental rights. The resolution got over to the House, and working with the governor's office and stakeholders, the language was refined, accomplishes our intent, and again, we'll put this before the voters to, we believe, affirm that parents have fundamental rights and they'll be recognized in the Texas Constitution. And I move we concur.
Senator Hughes moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to SJR 34. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell,
31
Cook.
ayes and 0 nays. Motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senators.
Chair recognizes Senator Sparks for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 529.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the House amendment to Senate Bill 529 clarifies that the City of Midland, which is bracketed for the Hotel and Convention Center Economic Development Program, may only utilize funds for no more than 2 qualified projects. This amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move to concur on House Amendment Senate Bill 529.
Senator Sparks moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 529. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator West for a motion to concur in House amendments to committee substitute for Senate Bill 693.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. At this time, I move to concur with the amendments to Senate Bill 693. The amendments change the language with regards to the Secretary of State being able to charge a reasonable fee in order to offer the continuing education courses.
Senator West moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 693. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator West for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1734.
Mr. President, I move to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 1734. There were some technical changes, like changing the word petition to motion, the word petitioner to movement. That's all that was done. Move to concur.
Senator West moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1734. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Perry for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1173.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, local government procurement, the House added an amendment to allow emergency service districts and metropolitan transit authorities to increase their procurement thresholds from 50 to 100,000. These local government entities will not have to use a competitive bid procurement for purchases under 100,000. With that, I move to concur with the amendments to Senate Bill 1173.
Senator Perry moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1173. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator King for a motion to concur in House amendments to Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1646.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the House made several small changes to the bill. They clarified the definition of critical infrastructure, clarified the bill's intent by adding copper and brass to the DPS study requirements, and clarified that critical infrastructure also includes intentional fiber assets. I believe it makes the bill stronger. Move to concur.
Senator King moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1646. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The motion is adopted. Senator Kolkhorst. Chair recognizes Senator Kolkhorst for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 541.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 541. Member, this is the bill that expands access to cottage foods in Texas by redefining cottage foods, increasing the income cap for cottage food operators by adjusting for inflation, and authorizing wholesale options for cottage food operators through cottage food vendors and internet sales pending certain requirements. Members, the House made several changes to the bill. Let me walk you through those. The House redefined cottage food to be any food that is not meat, meat products, poultry or poultry products, seafood, shellfish, fish, seafood products, shellfish products or fish products, ice or any ice product such as ice cream, gelato, frozen custard, popsicles or shaved ice, low acid canned foods product, CBD or THC, raw milk, and raw milk products. The House enhanced the $100,000 income to adjust for inflation using the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, and the House clarified the types of foods that a cottage food vendor can sell and how the vendor can sell cottage foods, including the requirement of adding the date the food is made on for the cottage food level. The House also expanded the definition of a time and temperature control for safety food. The House added a licensing exemption for cottage food operators that manufacture and distribute at wholesale for retailers. The House added the option for cottage food operator label a cottage food with a unique identification number issued by the department instead of disclosing home address on cottage food packaging. And finally, the House added the donation and sampling of cottage foods to subject to state regulation. Donated foods cannot be time and temperature controlled for safety foods. And so, members, I think they strengthened the bill, and I move to concur with House amendments.
Senator Kokars moves that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 541. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and 0 nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Parker for a motion to not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1833.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to not concur with House amendments to SB 1833 and move to appoint a conference committee.
Senator Parker moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1833 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1833. Senator Parker, Chair. Members, Senators Huffman, King, Flores, Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
The following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, the following members hereby request to suspend Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of bills and resolutions as follows. Senate Bill 3074 by Birdwell.
Is there any objection, members? Motion is adopted. Following bills and resolutions on first reading and in reference to committee. The Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 3074 by Birdwell relating to communications between the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and the governor, the lieutenant governor, or a member of the legislature to natural resources. House Bill 1233 to Education K through 16, House Bill 1285 to Natural Resources, House Bill 1828 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 1876 to Education K through 16, House Bill 2091 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 2301 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 2725 to Transportation, House Bill 3063 to Local Government, House Bill 3177 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 3483 to Local Government, House Bill 4662 to Transportation, House Bill 5606 to Education K through 16, HCR 9 to Administration, HCR 10 to Administration, HCR 40 to Border Security, HCR 76 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, HCR 118 to Economic Development, HCR 127 to Economic Development, HCR 135 to Administration, HCR 141 to Economic Development.
Members, the President's desk is clear. Are there any announcements? Chair recognizes Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Mr. President, I have two motions, if I may. Let me give you the first one. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the 24-hour rule pursuant to Senate Rule 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Border Security may consider pending business, House Bill 180 by Guillen, at my desk immediately upon adjournment today. Thank you, Mr. President, members. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18.
Could you hold just a minute, Senator? Members, is there any objection to Senator Birdwell's motion? Hearing none, granted. We're going to proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 and all necessary rules so the Senate Committee on Natural Resources can add the following bills to the agenda for tomorrow's hearing, Wednesday, May 21st at 9 a.m. in E1.012, House Bill 3556 by Vasut and SB 3074 by Birdwell. Mr. President, members, if there are no questions, I would move suspension.
Is there any objection, members? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend Senate Rule 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Finance can hear House Bill 104 at the committee's scheduled hearing tomorrow, May 21st, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the Senate Finance Committee room, E1.036. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion is adopted. Senator Kokhorst, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, first an announcement that Senate Health and Human Services Committee will meet right here in the Senate chamber upon adjournment or recess, time certain at 4:30. And members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 so that the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services can hear the following bills tomorrow, Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 8 a.m. in the Senate chamber. House Bill 1052, House Bill 4099, House Bill 4638, and House Bill 5147.
Members, is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is adopted. Members, are there any other announcements? Chair recognizes Dean of the Senate for a highly privileged motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adjourn until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May 21st, pending the receipt of committee reports in memory of Christopher Jake Stone, constituent of Senator Middleton. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, is there objection? Hearing none. The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Wednesday, May the 21st, pending the receipt of committee reports.